I'm doing all right, I'm doing all right, and I am doing all right. Hi. Yay.
Small,
Benny, thank you for the sub.
Benny Dreamly, for 4 months of coolness. Your support makes my bat heart flutter like a banana leaf in the wind.
Okay. I won't, but I will tell you you are loved and precious. Neck, Ohio, everyone. How are you doing today? It do be the me. Hope you're all having a good day. Well, I mean, I know actually not all of you are, but I hope I can make it a good day. Thank you for Thank you for gifting some subs, Sil. That has hyped the train. You're a good bean. Still. You goober. Thank you. Go. I wish I could really do this as a full-time job and make minimum wage doing it. Also, Go. No, stop giving me money. Why am I in like my folder browser? I'm not. The randomizer has been over for like over a month. So, does anyone catch the reference of this stream title? Ah, Phil, thank you for more sob. When last we left our intrepid heroes, they were in the past. No. Sleep well.
Tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
It is not a Phoenix Wright reference.
The mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene,
no.
It only proved to be
It's a reference to the books, the Dresden Files.
On a most tragic play.
Oh, were we finally going to get anything about that one guy who had the model? I wondered why they made that guy and then did literally nothing with him. You're not about to dump more subs, are you?
Honk.
Letter that arrived this morning from his homeland. Oh, Bruno, good. I like Pat Pats, and I like you all, and I'm really grateful and glad you support me, and I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast bah! Well, this is in the past. Ring, thank you for gifting a sub. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point, you have been flustered this morning. Yeah. Well, you're back now, Epic, and that's what matters. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered. I'd read that already. Can I talk now? But of course, of course. Though, don't look for admiration, you understand. We received a letter, and then we went downstairs, and then Holmes is like, haha, you have had a surprise. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Yeah. Wait, after case 4? Yeah. Well, that really is a surprise. Sorry, I forget the boat counts as a case. This is Herlock Sholmes. He's an idiot. Alright then, enough of the silly conversation. Come and eat the bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend. This is Iris. She's precious. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Personally, I think I should be able to find the button. This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely. How lovely? Lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? So this actually takes... Thank you for... This moment, at the very least, is after the previous game. A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know? I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Ms. Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. So this is the Baskerville case. Yeah, Sholmes, can you just, like, not be evasive and tell us what's wrong? No, he didn't pass away. Also, it was a lie. Hey, considering she went back up by ship, she went on a literal ruse cruise. You know, and Susato, you may be very smart. You may be very capable and very smart. But in order to not have our first button of this stream, I nearly said episode. I mean, I guess this is the episode of the case. But in order for that not to be the most commonly pressed one here, Susato?
You got baited. You got baited. You got baited. 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 Baited.
This is true, except for the parts that are depressive episodes. You are correct. Yep. And as someone who has had both manic and depressive episodes, I can tell you, with at least from my personal experience, oh, the manic episodes are so much nicer than the depressive ones. They're still not good, but oh, it feels so much worse to have depression. Yes, we should definitely read them. Please do not put this entire case in like a sepia filter. I know you're doing a flashback, but please do not do the entire case in a sepia filter. I know, as something said in the past, you're tempted to put a sepia filter over everything, but please don't. Like, I mean, this is like actually a photograph, so I mean, that's fair that it has a, but, yeah, it might be, you might do a film grain over it. By the way, chat, I'm going to, I am going to, show you, an impressive, recreation of something that I've made. So, behold, as I portray to you the typical Hollywood representation of something that happened in the past in Mexico. Did I not? I did. Why? Oh, it's on the desk. Oh. Here, behold, something that happened in the past in Mexico by Hollywood. I'm an artistic genius. Because they also, anything Hollywood sets in Mexico, yellow filter over everything. So you combine that with the sepia filter and you just get yellow square. Now that I'm thinking about it, wouldn't the prosecution want to wait to see if, you know, if she woke up or not? Because, like, if she took a turn for the worse, they could get it as murder rather than attempted murder. Yes, that was the first case that Saseki was charged for. Now, we shall hurry to Bart's. What is it? Hold on. That's a word I haven't encountered in centuries. Oh, yeah, those two-wheeled horse carriages. Yeah, I haven't thought about those in, yeah, at least a century. We're late. What on earth took us so long? Yes, olive green. Yeah, we can, in fact.
Look at this photograph.
Well, judging by the everything I can see here, clearly he's an artist who paints her. Let's not just start looking through her belongings. Yes, I'm hungry. Better go take pills, is the logic thoughts of a sane person. You have a key around your neck. That's an aspect of your character. You're trying to become an artist. Well, you have some self-esteem issues. Yes, we solved the case. I would love to give credit to anyone other than us, but no one other than us deserves any credit. No, Herlock, you did fucking all. Why do I feel myself relating to this girl? Oh, cool. I So she's embroiled in a something. Saucy Nutsmeg. No, I haven't seen the note. You took it out of my hand before I could read it. Okay, so the Shakespeare guy got, Why do you remind me of all of these vehicles that I have long since forgotten about? Well, at least we're going up in the number of wheels. Presumably because this one couldn't because this one can handle 3 people. Hooray, the Shakespeareman is dead. By the way, Olive, I'd like to congratulate you on being the first person in any of these games to be describable as both the, quote, victim and, quote, alive. Right, this is what I said I would shit myself if it happened. If Soseki winds up being the inspiration for Moriarty. It is probably one of the most boring works of Shakespeare, I gotta say. Hey, Gregson. Hope you don't get fired later. Yeah, that's probably true. It's a crime scene. Don't go touching anything. Yeah, wouldn't want me to solve the case instead of you or something. I like pat-pats. Mr. William Shamspeare. I don't need to use brain cells to figure out the joke here. Mr. Natsume, you may wind up being the Japanese person in these games who is accused of murder the second most times. Well, we already know from the future that the cause of death is poison. Or that poison is at least involved. Of course, the very fact that there's a tipped-over glass next to him would already lead me to start believing poison is involved. I'm already going to predict something stupid. The bricks, then the bricked-over window, are like removable. And they came through the bricked up window. Saseki, I'm going to be annoyed if I have to defend you a second time. I just want you to know that. Boy, I wonder what I am supposed to investigate next. Certainly nothing has changed in this scene. Nothing at all. No one being a fucking gremlin. I'm not being a Kremling, even if they are better than any of the creatures that have been added to the Donkey Kong Return series. You've only been able to deduce what actually happened. Yeah, seriously, Natsume, what the fuck is happening? You just pulled an ignore me! Oh boy, it's time for the stupid. What miracles of idiocy will unfold before our eyes? It's time for a logic and reasoning spectacular! Kill me! Oh wait, you can't, I'm immortal! You fucking dead? Got mouth foam and everything. What? You fucking died from eating soap. Yep, Cause of death, motherfucker ate soap. Yes, I'm aware that is a famous painting. Okay, so Sholmes' conclusion is dude killed himself by eating soap. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. That's fucking stupid. It's technically... Okay, point of note. Sholmes does not recommend eating soap. Yes, Mr. Natsume acting even more suspicious than usual. Natsume, seriously, we unraveled the fucking nonsense that was your previous case. Save us all the trouble, please. Yes, every time he does a great deduction spectacular or whatever the fuck it's called, he's always stupid. But this is the great deduction spectacular tutorial. Logic and reasoning spectacular. There we go. More like said the first thing that came to his mind spectacular. The first thing we need to investigate there is the fact that Natsume is being weird. The next thing that's is weird is Natsume. Only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. How fucking big is English soap? I also like how just within the logic of the game, the idea that Sholmes is right is not an option.
Take that!
Okay, no depth of hunger could drive a man to eat soap. Wasn't one of the things we've already discussed in this? Hey, if you were hungry, wouldn't you eat this entire bottle of pills? There's also the question of why is there soap on the table?
Take that!
Not every last drop. I mean, there's stains on the table. Behold, anything that resembles sense. Though I want to just be completely fair here, chat. If I had just been acquitted of murder and I find a dead body, and the lawyer who found me got me found not guilty, and the detective who accused me in the first place are in the process of saying, you know, I think this man may have been murdered, I'd probably be losing my shit too. I think, legitimately, Natsume's reactions here are, like, not actually suspicious, because, like, tell me you wouldn't be going, oh fuck, not again, not again, not again, not again.
Take that!
Saseki, just tell us you were drinking tea with him. Oh no. Yep, those are the books from the... Pile of books to pile of familiar books.
Take that!
You know, actually the fact that Saseki is like so freaked out, I've come back around to the fact that considering the shit we pulled last time, the fact that he's freaking out is damning. Because it's like, seriously, Saseki, if you were having tea with him and you were the only one here having tea with him, just tell us so we can get to the part where we start proving that you didn't kill him, because, like, we got you found innocent for that previous thing, dude. And the happy can noises. Ow! Now Pokemon. Hello, Sleepy. How are you today? No, I'm not a Pokemon. Delta is cute. I don't know if you're an ad. Oh, you're subbed, so you wouldn't be that. Welcome, Delta. Welcome. How are you? How was 11? Yes, 11. Definitely 11. 14. Oh, wait, it's... Wiggle, 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 oh, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Camera, work with me here. Wiggle, wiggle. Why are you not working with me here? Ah, that's why you're not. Okay, hold on a second. Ah, piss. There we go. Wiggle. What? No, come on. Wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Camera. Okay, so if you're not following Delta yet, what is wrong with you? You, the one listening right now who is not currently following Delta. Fix that. Delta is a dear and wonderful being, and I want him to have all of the love and support that I have. Hey, remember how motive was a big thing we cared about in that last case? Now we're going to accuse this guy of murder twice without anything resembling motive? This guy right now, though, is twice as lucky as Maya. Okay. My God, I'm going to have been right that something came in through the window. Why is there more soap? Look at that soap. Look at this envelope. Look at this antelope. But we're not going to investigate that any further. He was poisoned through an aerosolized gas in the Schlimbus. Yeah, Lord Van Zykes could crush that glass or whatever. I mean, as you could probably glean from the context, it's a hairstyle. I don't really know how to describe it. But it apparently involves being largely bald. Hi, Mr. Garadab. Sorry that your wife accidentally hit someone else with a knife while she was trying to throw a knife at you. Can you explain soap? Yeah, that's sus. Dude, it's flat broke. Why not both, Naruto? Romeo and Hamlet, yes. Did you notice anything weird now that your wife is in jail for trying to murder you and accidentally almost murdering someone else? I just assumed that this shitty tenement building had shitty walls. Also, we know he couldn't do it because he's a juror in a later trial. The gas tells me everything. Gas, gas, gas. Yay! Soseki is being charged with murder again. It must be so sucky to be him. Dude, you seriously haven't cleaned up since last time. I don't think she's ever been accused of that yet. And due to the Phoenix Strike games, there's basically a reason. No reason to investigate the soap window sill from out here, huh? Ooh, yay! You get to learn about Estinian! He's the Azure Dragoon. Oh, I tried selecting the teacup before. Yes, you did. Generally, your level is supposed to roughly match the level of the main scenario quest you're on. I swear, I tried to mouse over the teacups before and it didn't blue. Begging your McFucking pardon. Did you have the motherfucking Romeo and Juliet fake death poison? It was just quoting Shakespeare. They don't even know what crime to charge him with at the moment. It's the guy with the giant chin. It's the crimson chin. Excuse me, Mr. Leno. Yeah, also inform Natsumi that guy isn't dead. Now you can only be tried for attempted murder. Yep. And he is a scholar of Shakespeare. What happened? Like, there's a better than average possibility that she's the murderer. Somehow. Romeo and Juliet, who is the stronger? Really, you actually were, like... You actually were doing who would win in a fight, Superman or Batman. Naruhodo, he's been accused of murder twice in a week. I don't think you could question why he thinks his existence is cursed. So someone died in the room, and... Actually, they died in Shamspear's room, and it has to do with the wall soap, and... Olive Green was running a smuggling racket of red circles that are actually sealing wax to copy music discs that play in Japanese Morse code. Dude, are you sure your cat isn't just like sitting on your chest, or you have sleep apnea or something? Hi, Greg. Are we getting to the trial now, or do we have more investigation? Please tell me it's trial and not more investigation. Hooray, it's trial! The Old Bailey, this place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Sasaki, can you just, like, stop existing, please? Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to make a Pime Pterodox. And we've also ruled out Mr. Garidib. Mr. Garidib. Oh boy, it's Dracula. Dracula, he's Backula. Time to lay the Smackula. It'll be spectacular. I wish I could take credit for those. I stole them from a song. Come on, Tatsumi. I'm going to defend you. Don't worry. Hooray, Mr. Sholmes won't be able to be there. If we were here, you might rely on his help. Dude, him not being here is an objectively good thing. He's going to say stupid shit that you're going to have to disprove. Stupid theory and correct theory are not mutually exclusive in this series. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zykes has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Yes, that's revealed by this point, but not this point chronologically. Yet now. No, that was Rinosuke. It focused on him, so I assumed. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? How many are we going to recognize? I'm going to guess 4. Fucking hell, you're here. I'm going to guess 6. No, don't recognize her. 5 of them. Because, of course, Mrs. Garadeb couldn't be one of them. Selected at random. 5 of the 6 jurors of the last time he was tried. Also, the only one that wasn't selected is currently in jail. The defense would draw attention to the fact that the jurors were jurors here 2 days ago. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your last decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded this eccentric Nipponese before afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from his wrongdoing in that affair. A, he did literally nothing wrong in that affair, other than not help the girl, which, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like a moral failing, but it's also like he's not ethically responsible to, I think, technically, or something. Regardless. He had literally nothing to repent for. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. I hate curdles in my blood. I mean, namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. My cape, the detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Saseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture, but so far all I'm getting to study is your fucking legal system. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir? I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. It wasn't my fucking choice, my guy. I remember as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett household, where the defendant has lodgings. Yes, they did. Ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. Defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. It was found following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. Man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yeah, if you'll just...
Look at this photograph!
Yes, a chilling scene. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what do you have to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. I will never touch tea again, never! Public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses at least once. That's news to me. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give us your account of the events. Night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one other crucial point, I think. Why soap? Mr. Natsumi claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? That's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With good scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? Can you see it in their faces? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. No, I see one of them who didn't hear, one of them who just wants to get out of here, one of whom who is still kind of has a grudge against me, one of whom who is about as flighty as possible. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right, I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Just 1 second. Going to grab something real quick. I mean, even in the future from now, that's slapped down as an option.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No, we weren't friends. Not at all, not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord, Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out in Greco-Roman style, naturally. Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume. He is Romeo, I is Juliet, and in a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the men's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume. Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. Hold on a sec. I need to, Cool. I don't see how that helps yet, other than if they were both poisoned, Mr. Natsume would have succumbed first. Can we get a full list of the shit strychnine does, please?
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner, as we could do at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. And your death by poisoning again, it's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused as he left. Can't deny that. And it further degrades Saseki-san's alibi. The medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. Suppose that really the accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Hi, Rose. Hey. Okay, well, I've already found the, just don't know which one of these.
Oh, Commodore 356. The whacker of tallies must be a tallywhacker. Ha ha, gotcha.
Objection.
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. No, so you don't say there's a problem with it. You agree that you can, if we can take this incontestably, then my client is innocent. Fuck you, Van Zykes. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 hours after the defendant left? The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zykes? I respond by drinking wine. It is definitely wine, not blood at all. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? Crunch. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection.
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there's such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. And what sort of possibilities, counsel? Well, for example, man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. You've got nothing to disprove it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been an uninstall, counsel.
Objection.
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied committing uninstall. The idea can and must be discounted. But he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord Van Zykes? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? The miscarriage of justice! Ah, ha, 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 ha! It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Now the question is, do I give this guy an obnoxious voice? Because he's going to be talking a lot, no doubt. But he's also a very obnoxious character who I already hate. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not fucking doing that. Why would I consider doing that? What kind of voice do I want to do for this guy? Do I want to do a voice? I'm not going to do a voice. A poor, poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and is then heard no more. Feels wrong not doing a voice, though. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury. Why was that coming out Italian? I make it a pizza. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I can't do a British accent, unfortunately. I have thought of the most stupid idea possible, and I'm going to do it. Who, sir, are you? Oh, yeah, my name William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? Oh, what's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I am curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. He was only temporarily poisoned. Happy I am, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with a tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court hear from the victim. Also, this guy's here. All right, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's the other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. Yes, he was the guy. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witness. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the greatest bard to be recalled to life anew. Lord, what magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who pondered such a miracle, William Shakespeare. Oh, name's Meterman. Adrian B. Meterman. I wasn't necessarily, you've just probably come in here. I'm basically playing voice roulette with him. Adrian B. Meterman. Adrian. Adron B. Meterman. Bawa. Oh, a drone B. Yeah. Kinda, yeah. Also, hi, Simple. How you doing? So, you see, some people be like, bottle of water. And the British be like, ba'a-wa-wa. And then, of course, we have the famous pronunciation, and considering this man was poisoned, he did in fact get down with the sickness. I work for the Altamont Gas Company East End branch office. I remember now. Yes, he was the guy. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Altamont Gas Company. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips? I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt in the juror's mind, I'm sure. You know what? I can simplify things. I'm still going to keep doing it. I'm still going to keep doing it as best as I can. Behold, you have only rearranged the letters of my name, and to see that it's me, that means a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heaven angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witness, for illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What, me? Oh, well, now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence, when you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on, no. I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court, as lucidly as possible, what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of what the wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But Mary put her watch's prig, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. Was the tea alone that did pass my lips that late hour? Not else. I was outside the bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. And no one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window's all but blocked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that. The question is, sir, why? Well, now that's because he's on my list. Oh, what a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more to do about his tedious words. What do you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question, nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Hello, Friday. How are you today, you mega hacking cutie? How was team fight tactics? Did you fight teams tactically?
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire, perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. At what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit your room? Our meeting was promised at the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were boiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. Aye, Shakespeare did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant really had put the poison in your tea, why did you pie? Oh, yeah, it is Pie Day, isn't it? At 3 hour time when there's something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly. It is an easy task.
What?
I did drink of the tea while my guest did tarry, but after the fool took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection.
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger?
Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege, 'twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Well, I have to find away, found Guami, to eat what, ladies, about waste time. Sorry? I like that he did not understand him when I whipped out the Dr. White voice. Well, that way we'll phone no mode into some no quas. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Not a day will film our study of the great bard and point what. Hence it is there, doth not my chamber be, the costumes of mine out, and the seal of our Kakamawos.
That would appear to be the case. Even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all like the great Leviathan.
Eaten them?
And we won't be with him on skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
I was outside the book's window with the freezing cold all night. Keep an eye on his room. Yeah, because that's not suspicious in the least. Well, this house have all been filled in. Yes, window tax. We've discussed that several times, Sato. Well, borrowed brickwork at the bottom to open up. I was looking through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Middleman. After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of uninstall.
How can you be sure of that?
The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted uninstall. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Yes. This is the explained counsel, thank you. You can't argue with the logic other than the fact that we found an empty bottle in his room.
Hold it!
You say short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then?
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London?
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around now, I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Sorry. I couldn't say. Why not? 'Cause I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? What I did see was still a little roundback fellow wearing a pretty dress. Well, the pair of them started doing some kind of wrestling match, tell you. I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway.
Mr. Meaterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gas man's honor. And it's time for the summation examination. Blah, blah, blah. They're all voting guilty. Blah, blah, blah. We're going to do the summation examination. Oh, but it's so archaic and not done. Blah, blah. I've kicked your ass with it several times. Yada, yada.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Did you give her the same voice actress for Mrs. Garadeb? Because I think that was the same voice actress Miss Garadeb had. All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
So, this time at least it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say.
So, you think he actually did do the stabbing of the thing, and... Because that would be justice being done with him being found not guilty, and you having been the prosecution for an innocent man. This calls for a toast, I believe. To the summation examination, to the guilty being punished. Yeah, we gotta re-explain the summation examination. This was literally the day after the trial. But, yes, we are in a flashback case. Yes, we gotta re-explain the summation examination because this is technically a different game. He's almost as unlucky as Maya. Why is he, like, needing a refresher on this when he used this flagrantly 2 days ago? This is a core part of your strategy, my guy. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat, using the same strategy that he's used each case that has resulted in his victory? Wait, why am I acting smug about this? I should not like him to do this, because it always turns things around in his favor, and then I get screwed. So why am I acting like a smug and pompous asshole over it? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth that you will use this to win, inevitably, because not only is this a flashback case where he's already been found innocent in actually the present time, but the fact that you have used this successfully in many trials before. Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered except for all the times that you have altered it after the jury's mind has been set. Seriously, he does this song and dance each time the summation examination happens, where he's like, blah, 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 blah. There's no way you will possibly be successful using this archaic, outdated, foolish tradition. Ah, but it is the defense's right. Ah, blah, 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 blah. But the jury will blah, 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 blah. Ah, but he still gets to do it. And then I do it. And then I convince 4 members of the jury. Lamau. Yes, we know all about this young lad's tenacity and the summation examinations because he's used them several times successfully. I mean, legitimately, there was one time where Van Zykes just went, "You will no doubt wish to do a summation examination." And we were like, damn straight we are. I mean, legitimately, at this point, Van Zykes should basically say after the jury has found him guilty, without the judge even having said anything, "Go on, my learned Nipponese friend. Do the thing." He's noble. There's no reason to doubt him. There's no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, has some mustache, very fishy. Can I just, like, throw you at the... I don't even care if it's right. There have been racist comments from so many people. This is like some of the least racism that's racism here. This is Imperial Britain. So we're tutorializing the summation examination process. Oh, good. We don't need to. No, Susato, I've used this 3 times at this point, chronologically, though actually within the games themselves, we're on time number 7, I think. Of course, this case being a flashback case that wasn't addressed in the previous game takes my previous statements about using these to kick Van Zykes' ass and further reinforces them. I don't care if I'm going to lose points for this. I'm doing this just because fuck this guy. Hey, juror number 1, foreman of the jury. This guy thinks your mustache makes you look suspicious. I don't care that I got penalized for it. I just wanted to say, that guy's like, he's got a mustache. That makes it suspicious. Hey, juror with the mustache. Okay, I guess probably we have to press these.
Hold it!
The man is such an idiot. Do you expect him to be able to count? Okay, so that's why you were spying in there. I mean, natural gas is still very frequently used. Ah, I did. He's a drone bee. Also, kinda gotta do this. It needs to happen. You're number one. Oh, what are you yelling about? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Oh, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man. In fact, turns out to be a common thief. Good makes sense, but there's no evidence. It's there. You and I both heard them say as much. Well, because this lady's a bee. It's true we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspear was a liar, you assured me. that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So this means you'll recap a few points now and sue me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name, we have the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Let's put this as another tally on the board. Van Zykes of summation examination being effective, and fuck you, Van Zykes. Order! Order! Oh, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the events of summation examination, jury's leaning has changed. Actually, I don't know why I consider this to be extraordinary, considering it has happened several times before from this specific attorney. So, you know, like, I really should be used to this, because unlike judges in the future, I have object permanence. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, while 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and the trial to continue. Crunch or yeet? Yeet! You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find that they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will forgive us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gas man speaketh that which concerns him most, not the gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oh, he's even got a bee bag. Oi, what'd you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Smoke, if I slipped on a banana peel, I'd turn it into a stylish slide and shout, "Lee! Banana Express, coming through." Fun times ahead.
You're a little bean. My lord has not forgotten I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. You flowery mouth pompous beanpole. Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. As testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. No. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for the court not to pursue the point further. I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Lady Queen Bee. Gasman's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it will be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas... If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey! Yeah! Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. Okay, yeah, now that I'm seeing the general puns going on, it's clear that, yeah, everything that's coming out of his mouth is a bee pun. On the subject of illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? As clear as Altamont Gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Sasato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's an idiot. But probably a good-meaning idiot, unless I find out that he's the murderer because he killed him for stealing gas. Or tried to kill him. Attempted murderer. Murderant. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, I forgot to put my flippers on. Dang it. Ow, not a Pokemon. Just trying to get comfy cozy, you know? I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept through penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamsphere's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. And the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Now you're cute. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zykes? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet, now we must listen to this. Abhorrence. Yeet. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern nation is more than geographical distance. Yeah. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. More yeet. Do what you will. Lord Van Zykes appears to be in a violent mood. A very yeety mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder. The truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is.
Hold it!
Does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? Then I do. I try to catch the people when they're in, and then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear? Well, now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is. Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. Will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not really much to say, but as you wish.
Hold it!
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of those meters on their property, yes. So, if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins a night? A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter go back to you at the gas company? I haven't yet. Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Because you have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. Here, Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you've examined the meter of Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly how I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspear Special. What's up? I don't know what that is. And you could say your theory, Delta. Sounds like it would cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But after that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? The look on his face, the smarmy smile of his. Pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere, not a single sign. What? What? What's happened to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. I mean, that would explain why Natsumi is feeling like he's being strangled at night. Life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh? Right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. I don't... Wait. I've never heard of the Curios Archive. Unicorns don't exist. Okay, I'm just confused as to anything about how... We've never discussed it before, have we? Okay, so, like, you really, really confused me about how it was... It was really out of the blue and confused me.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, it has been tampered with. And, also, it was said that it was sealed with beeswax. That's gone now. How does it differentiate coins? Oh, you're right. so then like he like melts the wax out.
Objection.
Okay, I guess we're a little bit ahead of schedule here, and oh dear. Wow, blah, blah, blah. Oh.
Hold it!
Firstly, then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it a certain extent as well. I've thought of that, though, anyway. If I find any fake coins inside coin boxes when I empty that meter, contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for that. Moments like that, us gasmen do live for them. Well, it is also worth noting that this is ye olde Englishy times.
Hold it!
Okay, yeah, so this one definitely does seem to be
it! Hold it!
Okay. Okay, I have no idea if that means it's a good deal or not. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good deal for 2 hours of gas.
Hold it! Hold it!
Though I guess it is also worth noting that extraction of natural gas was probably a lot less
Hold it!
good and efficient back then. Oh, I needed to... I'm... I examined this, found the hole, presented this, but I didn't examine and find the hole after... Or, no, not press.
Protection.
Yep. I said something along the lines of, oh, he has a bee bag, too. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit, but was it? The item in question is this. Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like we're gonna have to point it out. Come the actual fuck on. Look at this soap. So are they ripping them off or giving them a good deal? I'm not actually sure.
Got it.
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah, are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, we have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. Okay. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time. Oh, she's even got a bee dress. Brings all the pieces of the puzzle together except for how it's actually related. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. So I assume what's going to happen is we're going to accuse the meter man of murder. But then why wouldn't he? I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter, taken from the victim's room. If that's your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify those remnants of the... It's the hole.
Got it.
We found this soap. Oh, yeah, it is where Mr. Meterman was loitering. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. All right? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll prove it. What? Snaruhodo, are you saying you actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. What? Nope, no, I got it.
Take that!
You need to...
Look at this photograph.
What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall of Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards, directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly. It's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah! If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room, in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspeare is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me, then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but that is fucking stupid. Certainly not. He didn't beat around the bush, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamsphere is found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Feather. Did you mean to say he was using that fork, too? Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. And there was one small spot of water on the table. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Yeet. Lord Van Zykes? I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. Literally, how is this relevant? I'm basically right. That is more or less what he said. Yes, his testimony is unreliable. We know that uninstalled can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare's the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate education. Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Painfully? Make it... It'll matter eventually. What am I trying to say? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole. It's clear there's a question we need to reconsider, namely... We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that affected Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it. A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? That's made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. I don't know. Wait, there's a... Wait, no. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Take that!
Oh, nope. I guess we just lost another But we can't, I guess, test the residue on the ring. Okay, so we are locked into it being about the tea, so we have to be on the right path. I think it's the soap.
Take that!
The soap again. The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap. Okay, so it was the... Yes, it was the... That it had the medallion. But... Medallion gone. It was red. There was something strange about them, you say? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean it was frozen blood? No? That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in the trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside... Oh, yes, yeah, so you couldn't have had water. Ah, yes, I believe that a bit of snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamsphere, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Extraordinary! Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has been, up until now, mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. You smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. The other soap is gone. It seems we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zykes. None, my lord, other than the fact that apparently we're doing the multi-day investigations thing again. Well, we managed to make it through. Well, I mean, we're going to find out. Yes, yes, Kazuma great. Kazuma awesome. Kazuma the Kazuma and his orange sunglasses and believing in me that believes in you are really great. Can we... I like hogs. Maybe I don't know. Do it on one of those. Ask about that on one of those days where I'm like have energy to improve things. Hi, Sal. Hey, didn't you want to like find the person who made it or something? Someone who was involved with it in some way? Or I guess not. Cool, they did actually get the tea. Why he had a teacup in his hand needs explanation, I think. Oh, I was trying to see if I could just get over to the other side by clicking on the arrow, but I guess not. You're welcome. Thank you for being mine. Oh, well, that's aspect. You know, all things considered, he's actually been like one of the politest to us. I mean, he basically just in his flowery way did refer to Japan as the land of the rising sun. Yeah, I can relate with this girl a bit too much. Yeah, you forget the part where you found a book. You saw a burning fucking meteor fly through the air first. We're not going to ask at all about why Shamspear was here. Hi, Iris. What have you been up to, Sholmes? Oh, let me guess. I needed to come here. Sholmes says shenanigans, and now we can find more evidence. Yeah, what is the stank? He has done a science. What have you scienced? Oh no, that is red tea. Now it's black tea. Yes, forensic science would be a good thing to know about. Skin prints. Apparently, I guess. I mean, his intent is to vanish from the capital by leaving. It's actually suspicious if the person in question every time has an airtight alibi. Think about you right now, at this very moment. Other than me being at the other people in chat, how many people could say definitively where you are right now? And I can't actually say where you are right now. I can just say you're in chat. Like, if someone at every point in a repeated series of murders, every single time, is like, oh yes, we have proof definitively he was here at that time. It's like, wow, that's actually kind of suspicious. Ah, yes, but do they know that you are there currently? Like, are they there in your house and can testify that you're there? Okay, good. Yeah, why does he hate the Japanese? Can you, like, tell us anything about it? Stretchy. Yeah. Night-night. Sholmes, can you, like, not be ominous about things? Yeah, it could have absolutely nothing to do with why, Cosimo was there. Okay, so yeah, we just need to go and continue to do stuff until he manifests. He is in fact manifested. Yeah, but it's like only a couple inches to the left. And we've investigated that thoroughly. All it is just the... Ah, hello, Kituki. How are you today? You have been cutie. Okay, let's see your nonsense, Sholmes. How went Gloom having? Yeah. Ah, okay. Did you know that this game was on the 3DS? Hooray! Can we take down the picture and see the hole behind it where he was spying on the... Hi, Chihab, how are you? Yeah, we need to, like, take down that picture, like, so we can... Yeah, 1000% there is. You're not going to provide us with any... interaction prompt there or anything. Here we go. There it must be. Clearly, I was supposed to be suspicious of this randomly, slightly upturned floorboard. Yes, there are two places that it brought up. I mean, now that it's been specified, obviously. Let's see the hole behind the painting and the shit he's storing under the floor. Secret hole. So there's no wall hole. Come on, Greg, talk to us. Talk to me, Greg. Yeah, we did discover the hiding place. What is in it? Yes, you should. Since we're apparently the investigation force for the defense. Three items. Newspaper clipping, photographic print, and a tin box. The photographic print is probably one of the most important ones. The third Garadab. Leaking information isn't one of your pastimes. I beg to fucking differ, my guy. What's in the box? It's empty box. Selden. Of course he had a secret treasure stash. Kitty. I loves hymns.
kitty. I like the kitty. Stretchy. You're a little stretchy. Kitty. So, chances of me getting ahead of myself? Probably pretty high. Yep, looks like it. Guess we gotta go and, hold on, maybe can I... Nope. Nope. Ow! Not a Pokemon. We've already investigated the rat. Yeah, okay, so that explains why he was there.
There we go. That was the next trigger, I guess. He's a cat. He's a kitty cat. You are even more you than usual. Do you have even the slightest anything about this? Nope. Yeah, we defended you. If I ignore the times that were more than this, then this was the most. Let you know what sooner. You're wondering why he didn't cut you in on... Oh no, hold on a second. It's this newspaper article that we saw about someone who was to be executed for their crimes. It's the same person, isn't it? So what is up? Oh boy, another person found dead in a room locked from the inside. I don't know if that's supposed to be a theme or Capcom got lazy. Seriously, I legitimately, carbon monoxide poisoning is sounding more and more likely. Now let me guess. Now Mr. Garadeb will be back. Well, he's here. We're being haunted by Sholmes, who just was in that cutscene, apparently. So, what are the chances? No, I don't even need to ask what are the chances. They're incredibly high. That the treasure is like stored in the wall and it fucked up the gas pipes and now the gas leaks and... Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that that's what the goings-on are. To be fair, I don't even know if they know what carbon monoxide is at this point. Yeah, okay. So, Shamspear was Selden's accomplice. Or something. And he killed the first one on purpose in order to get him out of the lodgings. And before Shamspear could get into the Natsumi's room, Natsumi moved in and... And now we present the, now we, you know...
Look at this photograph.
Could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that that dead guy? Well, I mean, we heard he had suffocated due to gas. That reminds me, here, I need to give you this piece of evidence. Olive. No, it does. Olive green. Yeah, we'd seen his photograph by her bedside. Why do I get a feeling with how, like, depressed she's been that that's not medicine? That is... No. No, Ryunosuke, do not take all of the medicine at once. Miss Green, look at this photograph. Yeah, that's just kind of her look. Hi, Sholmes. Sholmes being a gremlin again. Yes, why solve a case after it's happened rather than preventing it before it happens? I think I already have, Sholmes. Yeah, no, Olive was, that's a dead rat. Yes, I do, in fact, think. Olive? Were you trying to join all of the other reindeer? I have no idea why the implication is that all of the other reindeer are dead. Olive, look, we need you to be alive so we can avenge your fallen fiance because he was murdered by the current supposed victim who tried to fake his own death so he could get into the room of Saseki so he could look for the treasure that was left by the killer man who left the big treasure, and that key around your neck is vitally important to it for some reason. I mean, to be fair, most medicine is poison. It's the dosage that makes it, you know, be effective. Now can you tell us more? Yeah, believe me, Susato, I know that Phoenix Wright games like to have like a fate aspect to them, but it almost always winds up being cockamamie conspiracy can be so cruel sometimes. Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written on this envelope or not. Or it seems to be written on this envelope. Clearly, someone.
I play Pot of Greed! This allows me to take 2 cards from my deck and add them to my hand.
So there must be another card around here somewhere. Yes, as evidenced by the fact that I opened up my court record and flipped between the two a few times. No, hold on. We need to present the corner of the envelope to you. It'll save us a lot of trouble later, I promise. No, if you are in such absolute despair and you can find a reason like that to hang on, roll with it. Fucking roll with it. I'm not sure that's quite the context you want to be saying that, though. No, actually, I think I've completely seen the heart of it. I just need to build up the rest of the stuff around it. We're going to crack some eggs wide open and make the mother of all omelets, Susato. And we will do that Sunday because I'm hungry and it's kind of around our ending time, and D&D is tomorrow and you're all cute and I love your faces. Stay cute, everyone. Mwah.